We're at 10 trophies, Spike's at 15. I posted clickbait on Twitter, and now we can play a league match. What up, chatters? How is your day coming so far? Kinda cold. Had a fabulous day, and Huel's arriving later too. Well, as I'm being sponsored by that company and I receive a commission fee for every acquisition made through the link, I'm very happy to hear that. Advertising works on me, what can I say? Would you play Raid Shadow Legends if your favorite streamer would told you so? This is not Stardew Valley. Yes, I never promised any Stardew Valley. You didn't? Good. Claim territory. Human. Okay, we won. Played Elemental Sisters in paper when went to do. Why? Fuck, protection from red. Actually countered. Play Risen Rift into a Reflector Mage. I think I can actually... play this blog. Especially if they play Mantis Rider. Nice. Callan. Canister passes without grabbing companion opponents. Time to attack with everyone. What is the worst thing that can happen? Thank you for the sub, Squishy. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for the sub, Cadbury Clinker. I appreciate it a lot. Humans should, like, I don't know if I can, like, some really unfortunate things have to happen to lose to humans. With this deck. Well, it's definitely the number one tribal deck when it comes to tribal deck on tribal deck wars as. What is one supposed to do? Sure, bounce the endurance. Whatever, broski. Strikes this repair, pointing a gun on you. It's pointing the gun at Twitch chat. Can skip Muldrifter. I think the fire is gonna be better than Muldrifter. I don't think this matters. Just a blocker, and the blockers can actually be kind of bad. Doesn't push other cards. Rensky, I'm gonna keep. Pinking is good. Interesting. Let's put back to the Teferi. We don't have a fetch though, so it's. But we have like Stroll to the Ephemerate, which alone is gonna own them. Prince Charming, what the hell is that? Like, why are people playing Prince fucking Charming? I don't get this. Anyone cares to Anyone would care to explain it to me? I'll fetch that green. Don't want to tap out of this roll to the Ephemerate. If they like play red, pick up the land, get Madness Rider, it's kinda unnecessary. It's cool with Ephemerate, but I don't play Ephemerate. I think I want to sweep, yes. It's gonna make me not play my Rand, but it's okay. Okay, well, we can play this now. Much better. Start El Mantiso. Awesome. Choo choo, ara. Choo choo, ara. Choo choo, ara. Thank you very much for... Thank you for your subscriptions, chat. Wait, that's not a... Well, wasn't a sub. Fuck. Thank you for your bits, Bobsia. Just make me that I have a bad moon. Tap my land, make no dread. I have a blood moon. Magus and helper. I have alpine moon. King Delver, imprisoned in the moon. Arlin Court, not embraced by the moon. When they even print that card, it's from Eldritch Moon. Not a mountain of the moon. Wing cards from Kami of the crescent moon. The way to play. That's that strong. I wish those songs would last 2 hours and not 2 minutes. Wo is Kazooie? Bim para bum bum bim pam param pam 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 para dum 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 bum bum bum. Wo is Kazooie? Im war doch noch hier. Wo is Kazooie? Im war doch noch hier. Bum bum bum. Wo is Kazooie? Im war doch noch hier. Wo is Kazooie? Im war noch hier. Bum bum bum. Hey Kaneki, Arrowhead was the best deck. Yeah. Holy shit, a bear with a gun. Watch out, canister. Maybe it's you who should watch out. Chat, 0%. We are 0% on level 2 of the scam train, and we still have a minute. We can make it, and by we, I mean you. If you're willing to. If you don't want to, of course, like, I'm not gonna force you because, well, it's up to you entirely, like. Let's give some still playable modern. Haven't seen this deck in a while. And it's not placing at all, so. I think it's not very good, but. It's slowing down, chat. Why is it so quiet compared to the song? Let's go Breeding Pool and name White with the best sprawl here, so that next turn if I don't draw a land, yet I still want to Ephemerate Fury, I can. On top of playing Sprawl. Excuse me, the cacophony together is a bit too much. That's a lot. Not sure about the play here, but I can't play creatures now. Need to play bolt. Oh, I can play creature and a bolt. Oh fuck! I played myself. So that doesn't play the reef. I missed that this plus this doesn't play reef. Yeah, that was not good. Do not play reef here. Wait, how much was it? That was a lot. Thank you, Alex1000, for your subbing. Let's get Jomnov. But they wouldn't have gotten that counter, which would have been better for me. Watch out, Mr. Steamer, there's an armed bear behind you. Okay. Are these songs super loud today? What's up with them? No attack. They might have Ragamaster deck. So I'm not going to attack for 1 damage, which is not gonna matter, while they can dash monkey on me. Like, that's literally the like one use of Habilger's body. Double skip because I skipped 2. Shouldn't have had, as I know my mods are always vigilant. An eyelet, sure. WTB pillage. Okay. Don't have double white to play that Salted even. It's a bit awkward. This game that triple Splowlet lands. But yeah, like, letting my recently good counterspell was the biggest problem. Also not drawing a cavern so that they can use their counterspell to protect their multi regions. I would like to draw the cavern now. Right, because now we can actually lose to... Actually charm, but... I wouldn't be thinking that they had a counterspell, so I was playing around the counterspell. If they had charming counterspell, didn't matter, it was actually better for me, and they decided to spend it for some reason. If they only had the charm, then I got hoisted by my own petard, but... I guess I did. Okay, that was kind of weird jump then. I XQCL. They often bluff counterspell. They did spend 2 already, so yeah. But like, you know, it makes sense to like play the dragon once you have the counterspell up. Is that how I frequently play? I don't have any outs. That's probably it. Ephemerate. Okay, that's dead. It's kind of awkward because if they didn't have the counterspell and I played into the Archmage's Charm, then I would have probably been able to defeat this. Not that assuredly though, but don't like Harbinger even if it blocks the monkey. I need to keep the sprawls. The Muldrifter is kind of fine. I think might need to be cut. Sometimes I tutor for it in this matchup. I'll probably do a set of monkeys now. What? No, my opponent played a monkey on turn 1 of the game. I guess I'm gonna play. I'm gonna cut the Bringers entirely. Because I think they're kind of against counterspell. Cut land on the play. Insane. I want to cut. I guess I'll cut land. Ren 6 isn't great. I think Ren 6 is great on the play. How is it not great? Like, what kind of logic are we using? That was a consideration, but I have to name blue with this. With this. Endurance is not enough versus mill decks. You have a better matchup versus mill decks when you have more than endurances. I'll watch while I'm getting inked. Okay, yeah, sure. I hope your process is going to go extremely well. To play Jump Up on the next turn, I know the moon. It's mostly monkeys, I don't like it, and can't impact the board that much. Well, does kill the monkeys on the play really well, much as I had I ran here, right? Just kinda winning. Kills Channeler, Monk, Drosslands, not that bad. Not really valid opinion. Okay. Such a reef is quite expected. We started to have a counter spell on top of that right now, but I want to gain my lives. Guess I could play a dragon now. See 5/5. I think they're playing a dragon. Okay, not very pog, but 5/5. Have you thought about Jorian version of Elementals? Does it have upsides? It's probably harder to get milled. But like Jorian does the same thing as Kahira, just pitches to Solitude, right? So it's identical in an identical card, and this doesn't require you any effort of you. While the other one requires like a paramount amount of work. Share a discussion with a fellow man who is also getting tattooed on a table next to you about secret lairs. Yeah, secret lairs the worst. Worst thing. Except for the few that I actually like. Kahira is technically a payoff. Kahira is, well, it's not a payoff. I mean, you don't work for it. It's just that, fuck, forgot about this. It's just that there's like one good. There is one great card in your deck that's recently, which you like want to draw very often. And it's kind of not cash money not to draw it. I will attempt to double block the dragon. Will I? Why would I care, actually? Can take 6, just raise them. Okay, I will not block the dragon. Yeah, you're saying to also check your game history in MTGO, like export the history to check win rates. I did use one in the past, but I stopped. Because it stopped working. Okay, good. Play Fury now. Slaughter is gonna stay stronger. And you can go 0.13 attack with the endurance system. As soon as it's gonna get countered. Kozilek's return. Okay. That's not all that good for you, buddy, as your dragon's gonna die to the Fury now. This doesn't seem like a great card, but... Like, people bought in Kozilek's return against me a lot, but it just kind of doesn't do much. I thought I was in a bit of a sketch situation for like a portion of the games with the 5/5 dragon, but it wasn't that bad. Kozilek these nuts, what's that? Don't like Renski's on the draw though. Not that much. You have to get more trophies and spikes, so you have to give 200 subs. Yeah, I'm trying. In the midst of trying. Moved after Poggers on a draw, right? Hahaha. The hand would be better if it wasn't a one in there. I don't think this is a justifiable keep. Kill Monkey, kill Channeler. Like Fury Ephemerate, but it's like really bad against counter spells. Is it? You're also gonna draw lands actually. Okay, it's fine. My opponent doesn't play creatures and I'm gonna be kind of fucked. I can also die to Moon in this game, but... Come on, like this, I'd keep this and you don't play a creature? Like, come on. You play turn to Dragon, then you can Fury Ephemerate. We want to draw lands. Dash Monkey, yeah, huh? Sure. Actually stole a card. God, please take care of the Gyarados when I'm away. Oh shit, I forgot. JK, I actually didn't forget. Sweating getting to the treasure. Kinda looks like. Could pitch endurance, but I don't want to. To this day, I still gonna be keeping the one-landers and be surprised. Imagine being canister and keeping one-landers and getting punished. Like what? And complaining. Excel and Islands, I can even dash the monkey now. What's this? Explosives on one? Where's my point getting those fucking ideas? about like the cards they're bringing. What's like what? Explosives on 1? Explosives in general? What is your goal? Does the deck suffer from mulliganing? Every deck suffers from mulliganing. And I am, in general, mulliganing averse. Alright, so going to Endurance. Pechomnath. Evoked. I wanna lay. Going to put Evoke and then shuffle your graveyard. Okay, buddy. And then once there is no graveyard, you can Ephemerate. They can't use 1 mana to kill this, and we get to block the monkey. And I can shuffle this ending to my graveyard, why not? From my graveyard. Block the monkey, they need a bolt to trade or hit. Sure. And now I would like to draw a land. Should have been more specific. A Teferi casting land. Now with an extra land I can't even cast a Nomnath. A little bit Pepija. This game going kinda rough. Could lose to blue red UURR. Yeah, every deck but some, like Amulet, Mulligan, Aggressive Wildest can do that. Amulet suffers from Mulliganing a lot too, it needs 6 mana. And to get 6 mana you often need quite a bit, many cards. Millennials, also known as Generation E or Gen E, are the demographic cohort following Generation X. What happens after Generation Z? It's nothing? It's at the end? Took my Windswept Heath, okay. This is my current favorite deck, yeah. Kurwa, no ja pierdolę jebane foresty. Useless. So bad. Nice mana base. Humans stop after Zoomers because they won't be able to afford kids or homes. Okay. What did I just say about forests? I don't remember. Ragavan always seals something very important. No, it didn't seal any important cards. Hey, Cherry Cowboy, look like a boy toy. Chevy, 9-inch trunk. Should I have Mulligan? Possibly. I watch a bit of Spike and he doesn't drop at 1-1, which means that I have an psychological advantage over him. Mulligans are super lame. Yeah. Hey, Sherry Cowboy. What's the current trophy race situation? I'm at 10, he's at 15. So like, I'm not close, but I'm coping. If Ragavan didn't steal that fetch, he could have won that game. Ragavan might as well exile cards from the bottom of the deck. Functionally, it's the same thing. So like that is not like really a relevant or useful mode of thinking. While this is technically true, if Ragavan didn't attack me, then I would have had that land on top. In practice, it's like, it's meaningless. Imagine if Ragavan would exile a card of the bottom of the library. Because unless I scried or set up that card, or just a random card from the library, unless I did set up the card, has no meaning. So like, you can't say that Ragavan won the game because it didn't have a... Well, I mean, it did win the game, but it did not win the game by fetching. By stealing the fetch. Hey, Sherry, old boy, you look like a motor. Poland Vodka is slightly not random. Yeah, but it was a random card in that spot. Exiled. I think. I remember. No, my reef. El Rifo. Rodeo something fucked by you. You look like a boy toy. But I can't bounce a treasure for Palue. Good draw. Guess I don't have this in play to block, so it's not as good. But it's fine. I'll let the Ragavan kill the Teferi or attack me. It's okay. Actually, you can sort of it. What would be a good sideboard card for hammer against all the evoke elementals? Question mark. Togadli's Connor Guard. I think. Or Toktali? What's the name of that card? Toktali? Toktali, I think. Chewer? Question mark. I'll read the question again. Hashbringer? Yeah, Hashbringer probably better, right? Void Mirror? No, Void Mirror sucks because it's just gonna play the 5 mana effects and you're gonna die to those. Terminate into what? Monkey Dash my Teferi too? Kinda not Pog. I think we'll Drifter on top this time. Maybe 1-3 is better than Whoosh since they can double ring ping Whoosh. Yeah, if you're concerned about your opponent using the Ren 6 twice in a turn, then maybe you should board also some answers for their chain wheel, but sure. Anyway, weird champ situation, but I want to draw. I have 1 card left, I need mana to lose, and I want to draw the Muldrifter. So I think that's gonna put me in a commanding position for the most part. And here Muldrifter I think is a better card than Reef. Yeah, I guess I can go Lens, Lurus, Bobble, and then if I don't draw a removal, then it's kinda cringe. Yeah, that's not the case. Thank you for the raid, Prince. How is your streamage? Fuck. This game has gone badly. It was fun, although 2 of these games I got a little unlucky. Yeah, that's really the worst feeling in the world when you get unlucky in a game. I agree. For example, like I did right now by drawing 3 lands in a row. Endurance, sure. Must be nice. Endurance, Fury. Okay. Fortunately, I've got to kill the Lurus, so it leaves the Dragon Aegis Channeler in play, which is means that I have to top deck again. It's really rap. Macaron, Chacaron, Macaron. Multi needs escape. Yeah, that'll be nice. Damn, Delphi Voidwalker. So I guess I need to draw a Nomnath now. I don't think anything past Somnath cuts it. Close game. Yes, those did not have Moon, so I like to have Valua in my deck. So I have the Explosives. Chacaron, Chacaron, Macaron, Chacaron, Macaron, Macaron, whatever. Chacaron, Macaron. Chacaron. Have you never considered maybe killing one Ephemerate? No, I did that against Veil. When I was boarding out most Elementals, but I think Ephemerate good versus removal. Well, cuts both ways, but you have to play it differently, but I think overall it's pretty okay. Although it's true that you can have Ephemerate versus with no targets. Sometimes against this card they can know about it. But I think I'd rather cut the cards I'm cutting here than the Ephemerates. Keep. It's a little bit of inconsistency in this deck. Let's not kid ourselves. But only a tiny bit. It took red anyway. Kinda odd jump. Dash Monkey. Doffy. See, ephemerate pitches very well to Salted. KP. Keeping mana open, so... Whoever designed Duffy Voidwalker really wanted to succeed. 2000 to dodge Rensky and 3 power to kill many Planeswalker. Gas. Gas indeed. Actually, should have picked up the other fetch. So that I don't bleed information. Because I get a 4th type, so I didn't want to give them the 4th type, because then... You know, either my Fury gets exiled or my Ren doesn't blast, which would be worse. But I want to fetch Steam Vents here. Whatever, sure. Yeah, I'm sure that information leak might be crucial to the outcome of this game. Yeah, it will not be. That is very true. You can play Reef and get the Endurance trigger. Yeah, put the Steam Vents back in there. Put your Steam Vents back in here! Instead of the Yavimaya, because I thought about if Yavimaya helps more often or it damages me, and I think it damages me slightly more often in opening hands compared to helping. I'm not super sure though. A concession. Okay. It's much harder to play Rensky on the draw versus Duffy. Maybe like this. I'm not sure that's like true. I don't think it's true. I think I'll keep the Rensky still. From watching you play, the main benefit of Yavimaya seemed to be saving fetches for Jomnath. Yeah, but that happened at the state of the game where I'm not sure if that mattered much. I think it didn't much. And more awkward opening hands, which I think Yavimaya helps a little bit. Guess keep it only good if they go creature and no discard. I don't have red mana. Play Duffy. Wait, there's no Lurus. They have Moonshot. Fuck. Scanning Sprawls. Did they not have Lurus game 2? I should have noticed that. But yeah, I cut the Sprawls, which means that I'm actually weak to Moon. Well, a bit less so. I have the endings to draw, but still. Just draw basics, lol. Yeah, but I can never have a Sprawl on blue. 4 mana? What? No, this can be Lurus. 4 mana? Oh, they're kind of trying to kick Turak. Lol. Nice card. Made the guy back to 2 red and 3 Teferi. The 4th Teferi is in the sideboard. I realized I only lose when I get mana screwed, so I wanted to avoid getting mana screwed. Turak's still gonna be good for them. A lot. Okay, so they're gonna have a 4-3 Turak. Just bad because I had exactly the 2 cards. I wish I had if they land. Keikoman exists. I'll kill it because the protection body is annoying and I can attack them. It's +1 and -1 Teferi. Yeah, but 4 Teferi is in the sideboard. Blood Moon, sure. I'm not sure if I kill the Moon, but discard. I'll grab the Kahira now. Makes discard live, which is shaky. Fuck, kurwa. Okay, they took Kahira. And like we could kill a creature. Actually, they can't really play Doffy now, right now, which means that destroying Moon is a double-edged sword. But overall, I think I should take it. I have 1 card in hand. They play Turak now. I'm going to be sad. Sure. Sad. Okay. They had a Lurus here. Could be pretty helpful for them, so it is a cost for them. Jonaf should lock it. Okay, I left the wrong one untapped, right? Not really, because it was Ephemerate versus Rensky plus draw a land, so I kept the correct one. Can cast Ren, which is fine. So I have fetches in my graveyard anyways. Somehow 0 fetches. But I should have had Sprawls in my deck for game 3. I don't need to grind as hard. I don't have Lurus. Also, got to admire the Turak plus Blood Moon combo sideboard package, right? Couldn't have taken the land to hand, cast after playing it untapped with a Hallowed Fountain? I couldn't have had. Also just explicitly said, I can't cast Ren. Although probably did make it clear that I can't cast it for the color score reasons rather than putting the land into play tapped reasons. They left the Hallowed Fountain untapped, so yeah. Turak, Blood Moon, and also the Duffy. I'm gonna draw, I'm gonna keep. Chat, will I ever learn to not keep those fucking hands? Because I just can't help myself. Like, I see those hands, I'm like, yeah, I will draw a land. Like, it's gonna be so good if I draw a land. And then... But I think this is a fine keep. Although, maybe not. Maybe if this was a fetch, it's a fine keep, but it's not right now. Yeah, take a look at my juicy fetch. Well, Snarky, we have free lands. In a way, I have free 2 lands. And I have free lands. Kinda. No wide dodge. It's a bit like shaky. I'd like to draw Windswept here. Fetchy Plains. Ending the Channeler. Actually, probably would... No, I would rather have the fetch land. Seems to be worth more. Oh no, now they know. When takes a look and thinks, huh? What the fuck, canister? What happened to days of whipping out the calculator to see if we should keep or not? Good question. Mill and ending. You could ending my sprawl. Okay. Land to play Reef. Reef into a red card. This doesn't play Reef. Got to say, the mana base is the weakest part of this deck. By miles. Like, everything is so poke, but the mana base is so bad. At times. Does anyone know if there is any rule forbidding to play MTGO events in groups or something? Well, you can read the TOS next time you log into Modo after an update. Try to look for one. There can be a rule like that. Canister keeps 1 land, that's also Canister. The mana base of this deck is so bad. Yeah, because the mana base is like 27 mana producers, but 4 of them are sprawls, which sometimes means that you draw like multiple sprawls, little lands. And then like not every land is a forest, so... The elemental land is too awkward, right? That elemental land is... Well, it doesn't help with the mana base, right? When I want to cast non-elemental lands, which I do. Why Kahira then instead of playing a Reef? Because I can't play a Reef. Don't have the manas. This is on red because I had red in my opening hand, which got discarded, which... Then I drew Sacred Foundry, which doesn't go well with Raiding Pool of red. Got 3 types only. Could you play 1 to 2 copies of Reflecting Pool? Reflecting Pool doesn't... It's not a Utopia Sprawl land. And it doesn't help when I'm lacking colors, right? Like if I'm keeping a 2-lander hands, the reflecting pool doesn't actually help. Like once I have 3 or 4 lands, yeah, I'm typically fine, except like that one time I drew Temple Garden. It's possible that double Temple Garden is not requisite. Played Reflecting Pool on the first iteration of the deck. It was very bad. No, it wasn't really bad, but it was not Utopia's Pro Mana base either. Thank you for the gifted sub, Bobshe. They want to sort it? I really doubt it. Good Fury Bow. Just kinda risky. Would you play the second Hilaire's tournament? Yeah. Decks might start cyboring Pillage just for the elemental deck. Sure, I mean, I'm not sure how good is that. Kinda cringe. I'm not sure if Breeding Pool copies Utopia's Pro color. I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually. Sure. Probably should play Kahira. Unless I would like to salt it twice, which I doubt. Taking for free seems real. Do I have any female athletes at Olympics you're simping for? I do not watch sport balls, nor sport non-balls. So I literally couldn't name a single person competing at the Olympics right now, currently. You know, maybe the solution is to mulligan the one-landers. Which, you know, how often do you get a one-lander in a 23-land deck? One X equal or lesser than 1, so 16%? X equals 1, 13% is one landers, but then 0 landers gets a mulligan. Like, whenever I hear that number out loud, it's just so high to get an unplayable hand. 16%, that happens 1 in 6 games. 1 in 6 hands drawn. You get a shit hand. And then I ask, who designed this Magic the Gathering game? And then there's also more stuff that can go wrong. Like you can draw, you know, two-lander with bad colors. Yeah, 6-7 landers. There's any amount of landers that you can imagine. Many of those problems fix themselves when you keep two landers and you make your Utopia Sprawl decisions not blindly, though. Parital, thank you. 22 months, that's almost 2 years, which is much more than I thought I'll be streaming for. Actually, no, I haven't thought about how long I will stream for when I was starting. And 22 months ago, I was thinking that I will do this for a prolonged period of time. So that was actually not true. $22, that's how many Oculus need to upgrade the statue is to level 7. Yeah, there's only 20, right? I think my research is in a couple of days, gonna be 4 years. 47 months. Yeah, in a couple of days there will be the 4th anniversary of me streaming twitch.tv Magic Card Games. Chat. 4 years. It took me 4 years to get to 500 viewers. That's like a bit less average. Which means that in 4 more years, we're going to either get to 1,000 average viewers, or we're going to grow exponentially and it's like even unfathomable, or maybe anything else is gonna happen because there is no rule like that. I was here. 2 years subscriber, 28 months, yeah. Lantern streams. I'm not gonna die. I guess I should play the Reef. Omna for Cock. Should have played it. Past performance does not guarantee future returns, exactly. Which is why in the end I said that there is actually no rule like that. I should have kept a land in hand for K commands. Hopefully it will blow up like Spike did. Well, my channel did blow up, kinda. Maybe, well, I'm not sure if it blew up, but it did grow. SizeW, the MH2 release, was a very nice thing for me. We go creator dashboard, insights, channel analytics. Going to see that July 5th, August 3rd, 528 average viewers. 629 in the previous month, June, July. 304 in May, June. 270, 219, 272, 313, 290. So it was at around 300 for a long time. A little bit up, a little bit down. Since the MPL, really. Well, at first it was a bit smaller than 300. How many subs? 490 canister supporters right now. Thank you, Math Precision. This is like shits on Rakdos, right? It doesn't shit. But I think the matchup is good. Have you applied to get on the Twitch front page? No. What's that? I don't know anything about that. Applying for such a thing? Thank you for the many gifted subs, Bobshi. 41 in this channel. You're officially a canister whale. With Twitch let gacha on the front page. There has to be some gacha on the front page right now. I'm getting some just chatting channels recommended, but I'm not sure if that's like front page for everyone or just for me, but if I was not streaming right now, I'd probably click on them and then go away very quickly, but I would perform the process of checking out. Fetch a try on. I think gacha is officially banned. Forsen doesn't play it since a long time, so we're lucky to not have snitches here. I do watch VTubers in my spare time. Occasionally, one of the VTubers I watch is Weibe, and she's streaming to like 2k, 3k people. And she has gacha playing, oftentimes. Ass clap and some on my shoulder screams. Well, yeah, she's a person. Well, a VTuber, but it's an actual she person. Most of the VTubers, like, it's pretty fair. I think it's pretty hard to alter voice easily, so like most VTubers, like, typically gonna be of the gender. It's hard to do, I think. Monkey Unleashed. Fury, Fetch, Stolen. Flash and Endurance to block the Monkey. Burning money in Twitch is an investment? What do you mean? But yeah, like, what, regardless, like, there is... I've seen big channels play gacha. And I've never seen a rule saying... Like, I've heard myths of Ram Ranch being Twitch worldwide banned. But... then, whenever that is brought up, I think of... Durset 4, and Durset 4 always makes a great point. If Wet Ass Pussy is not a band song, and it like even plays on radio, does it? I don't actually know, but it's like a popular song, a pop song, then like how can 18 Naked Cowboys be not okay then? Twitch Parent Spotlight. We are pleased to announce that Twitch... Okay, I read this after the game. They always fall for it. They never suspect that I'm going to play Endurance with free open mana, not grabbing my Kahira. They're like, yeah. Something they could do, right? I just gonna attack with the monkey. I'm gonna attack with this one too. Maybe gonna work. Bounce the monkey, I want to progress. Well, maybe Fortune doesn't play Gachi anymore because he's been banned multiple times for getting baited into showing or playing something outside of toss. Well, maybe Fortune just doesn't actually like Gachi. I'm not sure if Fortune actually appreciates, like, you know, Gachimuchi to like the same extent as his viewers do, and similar things. But that's debatable. If Ramranch is banned on Twitch, does that mean Jeff Bezos hates gay cowboys? Maybe that's why he's fucking up Texas airspace. Maybe. How does it work? Every week on our show, Twitch Weekly, what's Twitch Weekly? Vax Facts. Let's chat. Updates from the DMCA product team. Sure. Yeah, definitely, chat. I agree with that. Forsen is just an afterthought in the Forsen stream. The streamer is just an afterthought. Have a high likelihood of receiving premium plays on the front page of the site, pictured below whenever they are live during that week. How do I get chosen? With over 1 million broadcasters streaming on Twitch, we'll be hard at work finding the hidden games and rising stars that we think we could best retain some of the growth that increases. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so probably not people who stream Magic the Gathering online. Looks at stats like chat activity, follower attention during spikes rates, frequency and consistency of broadcasts, and a bunch of other behind-the-scenes stats before making the recommendation. The best advice we can give is just to keep putting the best. So it doesn't apply, right? It just can happen to you, so you don't apply to anything. If you want to highlight something interesting or unique about your stream, please feel free to send us some info into a Twitch PM. Sure. Maybe they'll choose me. Copium. Probably not. Engaging chat by asking what they're having for dinner. Well said. This stream is a collaborative shitpost. Mine? My stream? I will assure you that many have come into my stream and they came out better Magic the Gathering people. Maybe, I don't know, maybe worse adjusted for the real world. But I can know for sure. I'm having my first fuel when it arrives, but I've also accidentally ordered 2 lots somehow. Did you order the unflavored one? I came from Aspiring Spike. Here I have learned how to play Magic better and shitpost better. I think Spike plays better than I do on like technical standpoint. Which is also why he's able to propel all of his scam brews into like, you know, 591 and like, you know, yeah, I built this deck, it's Omega great, but I think the decks are often carried by Spike's like attention to detail in games. Also playing so quickly, I always feel kind of weird Shamai. When I was younger, I was proud of playing quickly, but like when I play against Spike, he's playing control, I'm playing like elementals. I'm just chunking on plays every single time, and then I'm 5 minutes behind him on the clock. And he's just like playing, okay, Snapcaster push, okay, trying to lock this, okay, counter this, okay, draw 2. Monk ass. How so fast? Plays way too fast, makes a bunch of mistakes of it. It's kind of hard for me to tell, because when I watch streams, I like really never do it to watch a game, so I never really pay attention to how people play. Mail, okay. I tried my deck Spaghetti play yesterday and auto drop twice. What was the deck? Ah, with the taste of your moves, I'm coming out. You're toxic, I'm shipping cap suction. Jeskai Mortate control deck, yeah. I found you in the recommended channels in my overview thing. Liking it so far. Very nice. Are you a Magic the Gathering player or are you just a gacha listener? Okay, and you're still in my deck. Okay, can we get it? Can we draw a red card? Not bad, not bad. Although kinda awkward. Mana. So many crabs. With the taste of your mass, I'm coming. And you're still in the deck. Copium. Chat. Name other MTG streamers that don't have a normie chat, are entertaining and good at the game. The other streamer I know that ticks the box is Nassif. Is Nassif stream chat not normie a bit? What to do? What to do? Could just play Andy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could just play Fury on a crab. Maybe they're gonna block. Let's attack first. What's the problem of being in army? Well, it's not a problem. Well, there's a problem for the Lodge of Doom. But I don't know. I definitely didn't like streaming Arena all that much because all the memers were closing the stream then and then just it's kind of boring, the chat. And like the chat was like most of the people who were coming and saying, hey, I have like $100 to spend on Arena, do you think I can build a tier 1 deck with it? And I was like, yeah, maybe you can, buddy. You can go draft, haha. And then somebody was like, hey, what decks are the best? And I was responding with, yeah, adventures and whatever, like combo deck or whatnot. Nissa is very good. But what's a fun caption? earning my trophies. Yeah, -2 crabs. So now we have to draw endurance or kill my opponent before we die. We're still gonna lose. No, we have endurance in the deck. Copium. They only have 1 card. They won't mill my endurance right now. There's no way. And I can draw endurance or Flamekin. I guess I have 1 Flamekin Harbinger. The real good tweet is they're still lost, by the way. If I still gonna lose, then I'm gonna say that definitely. Lurus. Fuck. Kurwa ile? 16 kart? Ja pierdolę, no. Solitude, Omnav, Omnav, yet still 16 cards? Endurance 2, obviously. You have the Sheldergile too, but Sheldergile we can block with the party. I'd like them not to block. Don't block. Yes, okay, that's a fine block. Because we deal 10 exactly next turn. Later is passer, later is stupid. Fucking shit card. No kurwa! But yeah, this is why I'm playing the Chaos Blessing 2 in the sideboard, because it's easier to win. I like waking up to the tweets that like, is XT answer the method and a replay of no? Yeah, that's good. I have Tasha, so I can have like extra Solitude. Honestly, just kind of cut Ephemerate in this matchup because it somewhat sucks. Is Blessing better than Emrakul here? Yes, I will explain why. Why don't you just put a Fatal Eldrazi? Well, I have the Chaos Blessing. Why is Blessing better? That is because my deck is pretty high cost for Tasha's anyway, so that upside is less relevant. And because I'm playing Endurance times 4. Yeah, I have Kahira too, so that's also clashes, but if I draw a Chaos Blessing naturally, if I draw the Eldrazi naturally, it's gonna be shit, it's not gonna do anything, right? It's a blank. If I draw Chaos Blessing, I can cast it, then it ends up in my graveyard, and a future Endurance is going to shuffle it back into my deck. On top of that, if I draw it naturally, I can also pitch it to Endurance, unlike in Eldrazi, which can also matter. What happened to your mic? Did Kofu tail it? Something wrong with my mic? Ras. Sounds fine. Yeah, then he did, yeah. If you had the Underworld Cookbook, would you play Emrakul? Maybe. Sounds different. I did change the settings a bit. Because I installed an update of some sort and it updated it by itself, so like it's different. Trap. Mail 13. Traps. How's the trophy farming been going? So far I didn't succeed, but I'm 2-0. And my post-board matchup mail is good. Copium. With Teferi, it's really hard to lose versus Mill. I don't think it would be all that great if I had no Blessing, though. My one of Ephemerate. It's fine, Blessing. Did you beat Mill last game? I lost the game. I draw a card. Seems like a good match with this Endurance. I think it's a good post-board matchup. I don't think it's a good main deck matchup. But I think it would be shaky without Chaos Blessing. With just Endurance, it's because too easy to get Endurance extracted, in my experience. Is chaos spreading only for this match? Yeah. I'm playing a lot against a lot of mill. I bet mill yesterday after hitting Blessing and Endurance my first 6 Marts milled and Bucket Surgicals. Yeah, well, if they didn't have anything else. Teferi, turn 2 Teferi is also like very great against them. Because without Teferi, then their cards are much weaker. Any of them. This is a value at town deck, not super fast clock. Yeah, we're just batting against mill. Tapped out of my ephemera because I'm fucking stupid. Funny song. Yeah. Funny song. What's that? Bontus? Sure. Why do mill players like Bontu so much? I have no idea. Domination seems like a better card. How does MTGO work? Can I earn play points to play in events? You have to invest money first to start playing realistically. Point cannot cast anything off Shelter? Question mark? Yes, they can't. Bontus might be a holdover from Mesmering Orb, but it's not even particularly good with Orb. Like, that would be true if you would be concerned about getting milled yourself with the Orb. Which I'm not sure you are. My send cards. Even hit my blessing with a nerd. The plus? I did not plus, right? But you know, now I can shuffle, play the blessing and shuffle it back into my deck with the endurance. But the walk bitch. Minus 8 cards, sure. I think I messed up because I mistapped. So I don't have enough green to play both. So I tap 2 green like a buffoon. Alright, doesn't matter. Yeah, I have lethal. Why should on the blessing? They already seen the blessing, but to have lethal, I need to play 2 endurance, which I can't anymore because I played the blessing. So I just played it to flex. Camel by camel. Maybe one more solitude if they are keeping the things. The Dashas. Over a land, maybe? I'm going lower. Plus 1/5 cost cards. It's got the ephemerate. Ephemerate is bad. Okay, I didn't get to do that in time because of the lag. How do you say crab in Polish? Crab. But you spelled with a K instead of a C. Oh, no fetches ran so bad. Huh. Actually good. Should play 61 cool against Mill? Yeah, you could. Cakewalk is so fucking ugly. Similar to the German Krabbe. Yeah. It's not ugly? How is it not ugly? Come on. It is. Krabben by Krabben. If I would like to cut a land, then I guess adding 60 fast cards is better against Mail. Kinda. Endurance. And now for my next trick, I will cast a surgical extraction end of turn on endurance, because that's how I roll. Fair. So that happens quite a bit often, so that's why I still like having the blessing, because the blessing is another defense system that they have to fight through. I would like to play Omnath to clock them. Unfortunately, like, if I had endurance in my hand, I would have been able to counter this, but I didn't. Worst case, I even drew off of their shitty mill spell. Camel by camel. What's that? What's up with this song? Camel by camel. Camel by camel. Why did you activate this trap card? I didn't. Play Jomnath to start clocking. Jomnath. Drawing my gas blessing. Fuck. Kurwa. Notify to stop future surgicals. I would like to clock rather than gas bless. Than not. Fire just gets countered. Well, the fire doesn't have a clock, like. Sure, like, stops all the extractions. How does it stop the extractions? Can this current shuffle Chaos Blessing? Yeah, but I can Teferi Plus and have the Chaos Blessing be instant speed. Minus 9 cards, including 2 fetchables. Fury, Omnath. Should play land first. They have dispute. Wrong land to fetch. Absolutely wrong land to fetch. That's so bad. I should have kept 2 mana up if they mill my 27 cards somehow, but I don't think they can do that. No, don't you fucking dare. Yes. Oh, only double trap. Well, they could have Tasha's plus trap. Or they you plus trap. But I definitely should have fetched a green source and plus the fairy had this up. On top of playing this so that I kill them next turn, but I still have that. So better luck than good. Next leader trophy, hopefully. I mean, I'm 5 trophies behind us. Like, I have 66% of the trophies that Spike has, so I'm really not close to him. Not at all. But I can be close. Do you get anything for having the most trophies other than Cloud? No. Oh, nice, you won, yeah. Do you even get Cloud? Yeah. Is that animal bearing arms? Yes. How many trophies do you need to beat Spike? I have 10. Spike has 15. So I need 6 right now. And he needs to not get any. Do you live in the US or Poland? I live in Poland. Poznań, Poland. My opponent has last been seen playing blue-red with a Chaos Blessing in the sideboard instead of an Eldrazi. With no green sources. Pega. Why would anyone live in the US? If I were born in the US, I'd probably live in the US. They were confused because of the gun, probably. Fair. Just Dios Spike against easy game. That's a dirty move. I like it. Well, basically 3 lands in my hand, right? Ha 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 ha. Copium. Mulligan. Temple Garden Sylvans, pick up the fetch. Fiery Islet. The odds of a counterspell are so high. But I think I need to play into counterspell too, then play the Fiery, right? Yeah, they also have Fought Scar too, so. What you gonna do? Spell Pierce me? Ball of water. I can't make that British. What? Ball of water. Regent. No spell piercing, you know. GG Nori. What's an RP accent? Rzeczpospolita Polska. Probably. Firma time in modern question mark. Very well said. No spell pierce. Come on, you don't play spell pierce, right? You don't. So just let me resolve that and pick up my fetch. 40C added KCA to historic along with Opal. Would you play the dumpster fire by format? Your message is loaded. It's really making the assumption that like I believe something that I don't believe. I will be conflicted then if that happens. I will probably play. So you're gone by Canister Nanard. Aha, what's up, Spooge? It's Crockies from MTGA. Remember me? Me and the guys used to give you a yard nickel and dime in Empire weekly. Sorry, we're just an ham and cheesy target, lol. I can clock not much. Ask change. I remember the MPL League you wanted to qualify for. Yeah, I won the league. Make over 200k wildcards. Wildcards. 200 fucking wildcards. What a chump. They don't even have Delirium, so they have an instant already in there already, so playing Omnath seems like a good idea. Peter Glogadash, whatever they call you these days. Nice trophy run. I am watching you from my Sapphire TV inside my new Lamborghini Aventador. My reserveless prices are going up. My speculated lump sum monkey buys are making bread. The bank is getting all filled up and I respect. You're cute. place and your cute haircut. Sadly, it is not enough to get my attention. All I can say is that you're worried about the wrong gold trophies, P-boy. 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 Any P-boys in the chat? Do you know any rhyming slang, Kani? No? What do you mean? Dragon. Ha, dragon these nuts. Haha. No reason to make counterspell. Do anything. I'm just gonna play the fetch now. Next I play Declan Cavern and just play everything through my cavern. Like you might say the dog and bone to mean telephone. Never heard of using language like that. TBH sounds insane to me. Dog and bone to mean telephone. Speaks like that. Ah. On my shoulder, on my shoulder. Fuck you, Leatherman, fuck you, Leatherman, fuck you, Leatherman, fuck you, Leatherman, fuck you, Leatherman. We win easy. An astute observation. On the draw, Ren's kinda less likable. I've seen worse turn, haha. Yeah, me too, broski. I couldn't win with this deck until I watched your vote. Turns out the secret is ephemerate Omnath with 2 reefs in play. Easy. Well, yeah, but that's the easy part. Like that's that point you're winning, right? So probably harder to do the other parts. Aren't you afraid of Blood Moon? I am. Just why I'm keeping my sprawls in the deck. Easy sub, thank you. What's up with those Kozilek's return gamers? Like, what's their deal? But to be frank, I've been Blood Moon surprisingly little. Sanctifier Onyx and Obnoxious cards. Yeah. Well, yeah, well, but why against me? My question. Nice song. Who requested that? Don't request it again, chat. I don't know who requested that because I just went to skip this. So I actually don't. Well, no archive in the song list. I should have fetched a green source so that I could flash in the endurance. Because I'm actually should be afraid of the dragon. Sure. But yeah, I'm gonna be bad as the dragon, which is kinda sad. Okay, no dragon, good. Fetch a forest and I'll upkeep, shuffle the graveyard. I mean, I have the song request. I don't remember what the song was at already. I have the reward queue, actually. Request songs. Mods have that too, TBH. Okay, photo. Star prediction. Trophy. Sweet, the first time I ever heard the game I word in the stream. We do listen to some rappers who use it. Sometimes. Those are requested. Thanks for letting me borrow your Lambo over the weekend. It really impressed a group of girls I was hanging out with. I don't have a Lambo. I didn't borrow you anything. I didn't lend you anything. Be consistent then? Well, I am consistent with the general consensus of how to approach the usage of gamer words in the real world, since, you know, I'm broadcasting on Twitch.tv, which also like complies with those rules. And I'm gonna do like, you know, I would like the things that are not acceptable to not happen. If I recall correctly, you have some kind of a shitbox A shitbox. What's a shitbox? I mean, my car is a shitbox? A shitbox is a vehicle with one or more of the following features. Rebuild or salvage title. Spare tire on rim donut, cracked windshield, broken window motor. No, I don't have a shitbox. I have a nice Peugeot 208. No fetches. I put back grand. Caleb D sent me here for all the reef triggers, okay. Then, true. Prismatic and Discord, best card white MH2, probably. This game award a reference to PewDiePie? Yeah. It's a word that shall not be spoken in public places. Or in general. I guess. Which is why we refer around it. Put back the rain, I guess. Right, Cory numbers. Don't request a song again. Yeah, it was a gachi song with like a extra finish. What scour you? Heat into Dash Ragavan? Ragaboy? It would be weird not to play the Ragaboy though. Instead keep up heat, but you never know with people. They just have a lot of removal and they felt compelled to spend one. Oh lol. Just spend a heat on the flanking hub. Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't I? Playing around Rensky? Maybe. True. I play a 2 for 1. They don't know Femetas has no playable 1-drop. What? No, but still, like, why do you kill Flemkin? Oh, you mean that they're keeping up a removal? They didn't know I have no playable 1-drop, so they kept a removal still and they were punished. I see. Maybe they're gonna Blood Moon me main deck. I'll be sad. I have 2 islands in play, right? Kurva no. I was joking. I didn't mean it like that. Fuck you. Ja pierdolę. If I get my trophy robbed by Blood Moon Manic Cheeser, I would be sad. I wonder if this is Blue Moon or actually they play creatures. It's 3 islands already, that no creatures doesn't look like the Murktide Gamer. Iteration though. Land iteration. It is such a comfy moment when recently from store Infinite Flamington Cavus. Yeah, is it still comfy if that happens? They play land before iteration, then in fact they did, yeah. What happened to TM? We got bored of magic. DLC Negrea, this is just monkey. Manic Moon Monkey. Forest. Sprawl. Okay, halfway there. Can't believe you're 4 hours. I was watching you a while ago and you had like no cards in hand. Time out yourself with 1 land, 3 W sprawls. Yeah, I dropped from that league. Blood Moon Archmage's Charm. What a Greed Lord. Says Canister, who has played the exact same combination himself many times. With 3 islands in his deck. Getcha, getcha, getcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Explosive land. Well, if I draw a forest. They have more Tobies or Fingers, same amount. So Ace Elemental's just the best deck right now. It's the best deck for me. Omage may vary. Canister, you only have 10 fingers? Yes. The Wasps are fucking slow. They're taking 17 seconds with every action to, I don't know, jerk off. And I'm already sitting there in the game where I'm 10% to win if I, because there's a Blood Moon that doesn't let me do anything. So, like, I would need some really insane things to happen to let me win, and then you're gonna be like tank, 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 stroke 1, stroke twice. Okay, play Serum Vision, stroke, stroke, stroke. Okay, Murktide Regents, 5 counters, stroke, stroke. Season Sleeper. No, I mean don't. I don't feel bad about the fact that they're playing slow in game, right? That their plan is taking many turns. That's fine. Just the fact that they are slow at using Moto. No, it's not a chess play. It's just somebody who's not used to Moto and is clicking slowly, kinda. What are the deck's greatest weaknesses? Blood Moon. And its own mana base. You're playing for 5-0? Not necessarily. Again, not playing tight, just slow clicking, not thinking about moves. Thinking about moves is fine, but they're clicking, you know, I can see that the gap between paying costs and the card entering the stack is very long. That's what annoys me. I'm not shaming somebody for taking time to make their decisions in game. That's fine. Torpor might even be worse than Moon, no? No, just gonna bust it with the Fari, ignore it. Whatever, what's gonna do? What are the outs in this situation? Well, kill my opponent's creatures, draw basics. What other outs would you want me to have, right? They're playing Moon main deck, they might be like more focused on it with more islands. I don't think I want the Foundation Breaker though. Just need to like draw the spells. When I was boarding out, I forgot. On Rensky on the draw. I don't want to play now. Like have one less Endurensky. Endurance is kind of awkward, specifically against Moon though, but it's fine. Muldrifter maybe, question mark. Yeah, I think I boarded out Muldrifter at times. Do you think it makes sense to board out DRC versus Elementals? Maybe. But if you're gonna have no creatures, then you... I mean, DRC is the worst creature, this definitely is the least fearsome one. Boarding out red cards against Blood Moon. Yeah, they don't do much. Pioneer Prime needs 4 more to fire. Okay, it's probably gonna stay in the state. Why no Breaker? I can beat Moon without breaking it, and I can only use Breaker to beat them to kill the Moon. And it's really bad card otherwise, and can be really poor against my opponent's deck in general. But if you put out DRC, then what is your plan? Because you've got to kill somehow as this deck, so you need to kill either of the dragon. But if you give time to set up before the dragon, then it's gonna get sold to that. Or you are relying hard on drawing the Monkey Witch. I'm playing on a dial-up, probably. Wrong fetch to play on turn 1, but I'm not gonna patch with it yet. Drank a lot of tea and I need to pee now. I guess I'm just gonna pee when my opponent is thinking that Perceptive. That's gonna give me ample time. And without being the op, why? Just being. I was just being. Okay, are you... Is that like, are you doing all of those concoctions by yourself? What? If you are like the cake hands emotes and like the cake walks emotes, is that like you who's making them, or do they come from an external source? Not there's enough for that, yeah, I thought so. Desire. What? Stopping round was a blend out of fetch by drone fetch, so decent draw, I guess. Plus 1 life. Let's say bear pointing a gun at your back. You know, it might seem crazy, but turn out very slowly. No, the gun is the bear is pointing at you. All of those of you who are not subscribed to twitch.tv/_cancer_mtg. It's not that. I play free to your move. Pretty funny, actually. That's good. You're safe now, Doomwake, but still, as many pointed out before you, the bear still has its right to exercise his right to bear arms, which is what he's doing. Ephemerate. Gonna destroy your multi-regent. Six mana value for 1 mana value. I would prefer to say card for card. I'm beginning to think that better just bluffing, but you're subbed. So of course you've got nothing to be scared of. This game going kinda awkwardly. I would really like to have a cover in it. I don't know how many counters just my opponent's sitting on. What's end of turn? Insane. Yeah, Snapcaster? Bolt me, draw 2. I laugh, but when the final bolt reaches my forehead, I will not laugh more. Dragon. These nuts. Results. Steven sent out into Serum Visions. True. Good timing. Sprawl looking kinda nutty here. Yeah, Sprawl is the anti-moon tech. like decent portion of why I'm playing it. What color are the dragon's eyes? I don't know. You can't really see them. They seem eye-colored. Not even counterspell? I thought I'm gonna get counterspelled. This say my point will time out. It is also unclear to me how many counter magics blue-red decks do keep up against me post-board, because certainly counterspell is a mediumly attractive card against Teferi Cavern of Souls deck. As like it's pretty easy for it to become hoisted. Can play Jomnath now with Ephemerate. Fury, sure. My Fear of Blood Moon made it so that I can't cast Fury now. Because I have a plains instead of a Rockgreen Triumph, so the Blood Moon does things even when it's not there. Ban for Weird? What do you have against for Weird? It's a very neat emote. Play land, play iteration. Has I've ever played against Wendy? Who's Wendy? Archmage's Charmander the Exila, okay. When these nuts fit in your mouth. When? What? I'll convert the family into 2 cards. Good. Well, actually shouldn't have, because it could have converted into 4 cards. Oh. Vivon. As an arena zoomer, I find it pretty incredible that Paper Magic has no chess clock, though I guess I understand why. Well, it is because it's not implementable. It would be nice if it did, but... Like, ideally it would, but you can't. Well, okay, tell me how it is implementable. That was alternative I have. Okay, it's actually a different topic. I'll make random changes to make it appear as if I'm swapping my deck's contents play draw. How would a paper clock work? What do you take 3 minutes taking during opponent's turn? Well, you would need to have priority. You would need to have priority every time you've got priority, but that's obviously like not doable. Hence that to Moon. Wrong fetch. Current players just slap the clock like they do in chess. Yeah, but you got to do that not per move, like not per a turn. Like in chess, it's always clear. One person makes their move, then the other makes their move. Then the other makes their move, then the other makes their move. That's all there is. Not the case in Magic and Instance. Even just stopping slow play is somehow not implementable, yeah. Very true. No Moon Prage. Or I'm going to need to draw 2 sprawls. One endurances for the rest of the game. Play a different game competitively. No clock would be super weird. Well, what game are you playing? I kept Counterspell. Moonkayak is a point as well. Well, they have an island. Not 2 islands, but they do have an island. Ay, 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 ay. Come with Scrabble, lol. Yeah, but in Scrabble, it's also very defined, right? It's your turn to construct a word, and then it's your opponent's turn to construct a word, and there's no, like, priority being passed between both players time and time again. Which is why it works here, but it wouldn't work in here. What? We've got a bolt there. Honor bolt. Oh yes. Play your bolt against me. Move your bolt around. I prefer the draws to not being able to play decks like Riders of the Apocalypse on Modo, I think. Well, you can play Riders of the Apocalypse on paper, actually, because it doesn't work. You're gonna go Flame Jab and second right? Please no. Chad, I think we are getting closer to that trophy with my opponent's dubious Lightning Bolt usage. This is the final boss? Yeah. Bolt 2 more times, snap bolt. Please don't. You don't even have enough cards. Oh, passing the turn. It have 2 types only. Got a Cavern, which is nice. Also a spell that deals 10. Hidetsugu's second right. You can play it, right? You will just win or draw the game, right? No, literally you can't play it in paper because there is rules that tell you that you can't perform actions that just twiddle the game and don't change the game state. Kraken. Kratz. K-R-A-C-K-A. Gross. Holy shit. That was disgusting. I agree. I bet that video has 1,000 million views. 100 million, 1,000 views. Okay, you do bad. Mm. See my point, borrowed out older creatures. Imagine a 3-year-old kid singing this and shitting on the floor. Disgusting. I'm disgusted by the idea of imagining a kid already. Those balls that went upstairs are really paying off. I disagree. Kinda wasted. Did opponent play Monkey at all? No, he didn't even play it game 1. Maybe they don't play Monkey at all. Maybe either budget or extreme trickery. I don't think I've seen Monkey game 1. Just the Channeler and the Drag On. Yeah, they borrowed out older creatures so they don't hit Delirium. Okay, we got a Magic competitive trophy, chat. We got 11 in the league. Spike, I'm coming for you. Coming after you. I actually have 12 trophies. I think I have one vintage one I played off stream once. Yeah, I have one vintage trophy. I think I got it with shops. React Andy, yup. What? How can I react to your message? Yup. Right, any changes? I think the deck was perfect except for the mana base, but... Chat, from looking at this, anyone thinks there is something that you don't like about this mana base? 23 lands, just lowish, but I added 2 lands to have more lands, and he did like grab some lands and it was relevant. Although I also mulligan lands, hands with like 2 lands lands sometimes doesn't add up. So I've got 9 fetches, and I've got 9 fetches. I'm playing 3 Misties. Why do I play 3 Misties? Because Misty grabs one of the lands that this doesn't grab, Hallowed Fountain, and I grab Hallowed Fountain more often because red is much less needed than whatever. I'm playing 2 Temple Gardens because I was Doing stuff. Doesn't Foothills get every land? There is a hallowed fountain that Foothills doesn't get, and there is a sacred foundry that Missy doesn't get. I think I won all of the duels. I'm playing like all 6 possible 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm playing all 6 possible duels in the color combo. And the one that is the worst is Steam Vents, but when I don't play Steam Vents, I sometimes want to get the Steam Vents. Playing 2 basic forests, which is not really necessary. I could have another fetch over a forest. I'm playing 2 Temple Garden, which is not super truly necessary. But it did happen to me that I had a Temple Garden play, and I wanted to fetch a second one. Timur Triumph over Vance. I don't want to play 2 Triumphs. I was playing with 2 Triumphs and I was drawing too many taplands. It was too bad. Rocking Triumph is Gucci because it finishes it complements a forest pretty well. Why'd you cut the Yavimaya? I wanted an extra. I added the Steam Vents because I was drawing like forest Yavimaya and I thought it was worse in my opening hand. It was helpful. But I could have Yavimaya over the forest. I could cut a forest for the Yavimaya. And then I could cut a Ren to add an extra 24 land and another fetch. Which would be Wooded Foothills. That Ren too much? No, I'm cutting Ren. I could also cut Muldrifter. But I'm not doing that. Wasn't Charles at force in the board? My Cascade matchups are good. And my Scapeshift, BTL, Velomachus, like the Fiery Control deck, where like Soto doesn't excel especially, are not all that great. So the thoughts are force better. Force good. I'm not cutting the mood after yet. I am not emotionally ready. So yeah, let's go to 24 lands now. Why not play Uro? It's banned. You could also play the cringe Florahedron, but being able to tutor it with the 1/1, but I think it's too bad. I think 1 Mulder and 1 Endurance is good, I agree. It's what? Well, it's banned. Seems like every time you change your deck, you either cut a land for Ren or cut a Ren for a land. No. Yes, but not always. Now I have 24 lands and a Ren. Instead of 24 lands, no Ren. Which still means like a land up. Pablo. What? That's actually worse for me, right? Isn't Paolo the Jack player? What's the Jack player? Do you ever cyber out Ephemerate? I bought it out against Mill, and some people, some Twitch chatters asked me today if I maybe should board it against Red Black. It's kinda maybe... Oh yeah, that's Pablo, the Ascendancy player on Valakut, wow. I really don't rely on a Dryad enabling the mountains, which is gonna be kinda hard because I don't deal with Valakut very well right now. On the other hand, the castle doesn't seem like it's gonna be used much. Chat, I am enjoying my first UL IMA. What flavor? Also, did you know that Huel is a sponsor of the stream? You will know in a moment because in a few minutes the auto ad is gonna play because it plays every 30 minutes and it plays for the first time like 2 minutes after, I think. Vanilla. I wish I would have been able to put the land to play. Now a Titan is going to clear my shit. I mean, not clear. Keep either Reef for the other guy. Dead? No, I'm not dead, but likely I will be. Okay, good. They killed the Yomnath. I would like to escape shit, but they might not have that. Are they what? Stefani the Endurance in my deck still. Can't really kill though. Alright, that's it, boys. That's all I can do. Oh no, attack 3 for 1. That's not all I can do. Scatter the Misty. Teferi, this Teferi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, doesn't matter then. So yeah, what we died to escape shit, but do we even? How much damage? Probably we do. Is that gonna be Anger of the Gods? Wish! What the heck? You got it. Escape shift probably. Going for a 5 mana card though. Yeah, Wish is actually pretty cool stuff. Yeah, it was so bad to put the not put the Endurance in my graveyard actually. Pablo always win versus you. Let's see how much damage is gonna be happening here. I have the Solitude still. How many lands sacked? Raz, dwa, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Goes Valakut, 6 lands. 6 times 6, 36. So I don't die. Did I play a land? They didn't play a land though. Can go to +7, 42. So I will be exactly dead. No, because I can hit lands for Omnath. So I'm likely gonna will. With like 40s, I'm probably gonna hit, so pretty funny. They all go face. 8 damage now? Yeah, could have gotten the third Valakut, but didn't. Funeral decks have 2 Valakut? No, this opponent deck is gonna play 4 Valakut. You can get bolted still, though. Oh yeah, sure. Whatever. Never, nothing mattered ever. Fair. Damn, it was almost awesome. It's almost awesome. I spent 3 ephemerates. I guess, well, yeah, I guess that means I could have gone for them. Could have salted your Solitudes in a big chain, right? Yeah, but I didn't know I wanted to do that. Maybe I was supposed to. Interesting. So they don't have any turbo orbs or something. They have wish, so they can have random permanents. But we can rely on Teferi removing those in force. Teferi seems better than Vrensky. I'm gonna do anything turn 1 or 2, but this is not doing anything. Why exactly 1 Muldrift there? Tutor target. Maybe -1 Solitude, but they do play the Titan, which I would need to remove. I mean, I don't want those, I guess. Wish were in a way that the Fairy doesn't stop, that's true. I think Fury actually seems poor, right? So, I don't really want them. I don't think I want Endurance over Furies. Maybe I do. Actually, maybe do want Endurance over Furies. Two Endurance lets you draw your deck and you and will and gain life. Not really, but they do like help me not mill if that's relevant. But just that Fury seems kind of bad. Doesn't do anything. Probably should have 1 Fury in case of like needing it, maybe. Endurance plays better with Force of Negation though. Have the Spross. That's kinda it, right? To draw Muldrifter or Risen Reef to do anything. Keep. Five guys. Can you add this emote? It's a good one. Five Guys, like the fast food chain restaurant. Will you make any more changes when you start the next league? How can I know? Are you suggesting that I'm gonna get spunked and lose? Kurwa! I forgot to play my sprawl. Fuck. Shucks. I was about to. I meant to. I don't have ephemerate up. I'd really like to have a subtlety against the Titan that's coming next turn, because you would have ephemerated this, got any subtlety. Subtlety did. Oh, this I can't. Come on. Kurwa, Veil of Summer, ja pierdolę. What's up with this? Can't believe you would be run-upping for Jesus. I think you can believe that. I think like you can pretty easily believe that. TBH. It's fine, it's force. As person. I like the beat being the locker. Let's make sure they can't play an extra land and they can't. I don't tap out my force. Negotiation. Five other mountains. So it doesn't matter that this ends no longer a mountain. Wow. Okay, I got. Because I didn't have six, so I assumed it's not gonna shoot, but five other mountains. Fair. Hasn't had that really happen to me yet. Interesting interaction. Yo, this is the Jeskai Ascendancy. What happened? My opponent played the Dryad and played a Forest. I killed the Dryad in response to the Valakut trigger, yet the Valakut trigger still dealt free. Fetch first, saving fetch for Omnath. I agree there's tension here. Yeah, Red Green Valakut is a rough matchup for Elemental, seems like. Should I fetch first? No! I'm saving the fetch for Omnath. There is tension here, I agree. There is a chance I will not have to force, then I can Omnath thrice next turn. Should I fetch first? No. No, I shouldn't have. Yeah, they'll damage anyway because my opponent needs 5 other mountains, so they still had 5 other mountains. Problem is that I don't have a Solitude in my hand. Oh, now I do have a Solitude in my hand. I could have made one once, I forgot. But I can also spend my extra mana, which is probably better. think there was an argument to draw 2 of ephemeral instead of pitching it. You guys have the Valakut? Yeah, but I wouldn't want to tap out the force. But I agree there was an argument for that. So if he has Veil, then Teferi is valuable in that sense. Didn't see any targets for Force Foundation Breaker. Ending now. Dryad can be Furied, so I guess that's probably over the Endurance. I don't know why I didn't fetch first. When? So I was saving the lens for Omnath. Chat. You actually know why I was not fetching. You are just purposefully, let's say, trolling. I sent. Gonna get step bent. So you have double blue for force. Nice. Extra mana, so next turn you can Flame Coon. Probably gonna try to force the... If I draw another blue card, I'm definitely gonna force this. Yes, we can assure a blue card. Another blue card, very nice. Let's get Jomnath. No, I guess. Do you think Amulet Titan is well positioned in this meta? Not quite, no. So you're gonna force this. Pitching Muldrifter. Can still go Castle Titan now. But then they don't trigger immediately. And we get to untap and probably be in a fine position. May have Veil to protect, would be a disaster. Might also not have Veil. Put this now with Emerald before we use all three Omnath triggers. Do you expect bans for this deck? Looks busted. Not poggers. Yeah, we did get 5 against the Bloodmoon deck. I think I can pass. I have a force already. I don't need to proactively solitude my things. If they have the Titan indeed, then might need to clear it. You have the force pitch cards, you have the ephemerates. What would even be what in this deck? You think you're smart by like censoring yourself? I know what you're talking about. Cavern. Interesting. They have Cavern in the sideboard? Makes perfect sense to have Cavern in the sideboard, TBH. Alright, Vivon. It feels like kind of a hard matchup, but like with Force, you kinda can beat everything. Except for like Primeval Titan for natural Valakuts, because against that we don't have cards in the deck, literally. Which is like why it is a bad matchup, and because we frequently play the long games. I had a really good hand this game 3. Was Sprawl into Reef and then Reef this, and so it just like went off turn 5, right? So we would go enter out turn 5, then it's like turn 4. Trying to add a subtlety. Yeah, a subtlety would just, for the most part, fix those problems. You could play one Alpine, the cell that sells the matchup. Probably subtlety rather. Times 1. Like, one Alpine Moon, you don't always draw all that deep to find it, really. Anyway, one subtlety, 2 tutor versus the Titans was really meaningful. Against the Titans, just wasn't playing against Titans much. But now they played against the Titan, I'm thinking, since I won this matchup, I showed out a sideboard card. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes, chat. Mumu, Arar, Mumu, Arar. I've never sent nor received a dick pic in my life. That's true. Why is that? That is a quote. Do you? Alright, let's make a poll. New poll. Did you ever receive or send a dick pic? Question mark. Only truthful answers, chat. Only like 100% true answers to what actually has happened. Only does not meet guidelines. Damn, the anti filter is pretty harsh. PP. PP doesn't meet the guidelines. What are the other words I could use? Okay, managed to. And which ones are do picks to GF count? Well, just lifetime. Shushak. Yeah, that would be hard to understand for many, I think. But I got to charge. React Andy, I'm just starting a match. I guess we can watch it now. Robert E.T. the extraterrestrial. I don't know. I don't understand. I think the number would be different if there was distinction between unsalted and consensual. I think it would be the same. As people are voting randomly. Robert E. Lee was a general in the American Civil War, I see. And it's like E.T. E.T. I see. So that's what's... E.T. Pretty funky. Damn right, it's better than yours. But I have to charge. It's better than yours. Canister, if you could design a companion, what would its deck building restriction be? I wouldn't, as Maro has already said it, that the deck building, design space for companions has been explored. And this probably pretty hard to like make one. I added a land, I'm playing 24 lands, why do I get a one lander twice in a row? 16% times 16%? That's got to be like very tiny percent. 16 times 16, like 2%. Something. I want to play. They have Fury Ephemerate and I have the Fiery if I draw lands. I'm gonna draw a Ren. I'm gonna draw a fucking Ren after fetching Temple Guard. But, well, I can maybe play around that by going Stomping Ground. Then, if I draw the non-matching color for Teferi, had more lands, problem solved, okay. Urza's mine. That's a problem. Land. Land, land, land. Yes. Awesome. Especially like good they didn't play for Ren, because again caverns. Bouncy, bouncy map, bouncy, bouncy map. Hey, Kaneki, look behind you. What am I gonna see, huh? Yo, what do we see? A bear with a gun behind me. Okay, so why is a bear pointing a gun at... Not me, at you, chat. The reasoning is simple. Some of you are not subscribed to canister_mtg on twitch.tv. Therefore, what is there left for the bear than to threaten you with violence? Exactly. Not much. Rightfully, they took Ephemerate. I'd really like to draw lands, but another Ephemerate is not too bad either. Hope they're gonna play Rarity Smasher. Or at least another Matari. Okay. I guess I could have grabbed Kahira, right? No, because I would have been tapped out of white. We have done sorcery speed, but I didn't know that I played the Matari. Going to bounce the Solitude. Okay, so all is dust. I think I should have max forces against my opponent, TBH, because, like, really, the non-creature spells are what's gonna kill us. Or a big random Eldrazi, but it's less of a problem, TBH. Or Ballista. Fury is kinda bad, actually. You're gonna play a Smasher? You're gonna play a fucking Endbringer into this? What'd you expect? What? Canister. I would love to let you spend your mana in ways that are great for you. Are you okay with that? Well, yes, opponent, I am. Still, you're kinda bad against... Kinda medium against Olistas and kinda medium against Karn into Sundering Titan. Oh, the Sundering Titan costs more than they have right now. They'll need extra tower. Also medium against Bridge, no? If they go Karn Bridge, you can kill Karn with Fury and they, like, we both got nothing, but I think I am favored from that spot. Just gonna draw Teferi at some point. Prismatic Ending. Then mana, Ballista. I didn't play Storybook Brawl, no. Would you like to? Do you have a monetary incentive in offering me to do that, or is that some kind of a different deal? Could try it, but I don't have, like, super great interest in it as I'm playing different games. Put the clock on my opponent, I don't know. What I'm doing is super weak too. Just that, but I kind of don't have much action TPH. Fuck, kurwa. They played this shit. Aye. Well, then playing Fury was not very good. Color and Ballista, dot 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 dot. I didn't realize they played this. Subtlety here would be good too. I'll make space for one subtlety sideboard. I wonder if I actually need to play 4 endurance, because I have trouble sporting in the 4th one. So I'm gonna make space for 1 endurance this way. Yeah, 1 versus Pablo. I didn't realize they played this, but I guess should have knew that in the hindsight. Addresses Ron always finds a way to scam you, dot dot dot. Very well said, dot dot dot. The lifestyle doesn't matter anymore, but I can... Is there any reason to save? I think there is 0, since like it was only worth to see if they're gonna pump, but I'm gonna do it always end of turn. Do we share the same wife and kid? No. What? I should have saved that Fury. If I remember about Basilisk Scholar. Obviously, right now they're gonna have the fucking card and they're gonna get Sunderate Titan or another Ballista. Torpor, wait, Scammer. Fuck. You won. Pretty impressive comeback. This looks bad, right? Prismatic Beginning is bad. Not sure. Maybe this wasn't the Fari. No, this can answer Ballista. Or Basilisk Scholar, yeah. It seems like the Fari is better. I don't like keeping a hand like this. That doesn't let me anywhere. I don't like keeping a hand like this. Doesn't lead me anywhere. Did I keep Chalice? I'm honestly am not sure. Well, they probably put Border if they can, but I'm not sure they can. They should border an Ephemerate. A Fossin deck now, so there's a reason to name, I guess, the other name. Awkward jump. Not sure if I want to fight over the map when I move again to 5, but maybe exactly because I did that, I would like to. He's so lucky. He's so lucky, and he's luck. Should have kept it. Urza Saga is so bad, you just play it and it just dies. I got owned by the Eldrazi deck in the challenge too. Like, I wonder how this matchup truly is, as maybe it's not the best ever. It is kind of scary when you get to Tron mana. I think MH2 should have had a clear tribal hate again, like Plague Engineer, but good versus Elementals. The fact that there is no super impactful card many decks could board could be unhealthy. What do you mean? It's just a mid-range deck. Why do you need a hate card against it? Plague Engineer is good against Risen Reef. Well, kinda. You still get the trigger, right? So they like don't even go card negative and etc. Oh, we got a Basilisk Scholar gamer. Yeah, everybody can play Torpor Orb. Just the Void on 0, that's just for extra power, okay? Should I do it now? Will they play on the creature? Sir, do you love to see it when people are asking for hate cards for a brew? Yeah, I guess. No, yeah, it's really nice. They're struggling to come up with answers. They're like, oh, how the heck should I react? I'm gonna get this remembered anyway. I have Force of Negotiation in my hand. Actually, there aren't many creature decks that can board Torpor Orb right now. Well, it's literally an artifact. You always can. Also, Bobshi is always requesting Cambusters and the song never plays. So for information, Bobshi, you probably shouldn't request that. I would need to take 15 damage total. There's no way I'm supposed to wait. If I miss it the first time, the first 7,000 times, like do it every day. Sweet dreams are made of these nuts. Everybody's looking for suction. Omnath. I said fucking kurwa Omnath. Move it on, hold your head and move it on, hold it very, 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 move it on. All right, force. Some of them want to bet. Not this force, I mean Force of Vigor, Shax. Should have specified. Yeah, they do have a lot of mana next turn. YTF did they chalice on 0? They wanted to pump their construct. Not equipping. Good draws. I think why I kind of know what I am needing right now. I should maybe play a few Fulminators in the sideboard. Because I should be able to cast them. Kind of dead to Ballista here though. The fucking collar. Can force a card though. And I just tap A to make it 4 for Ballista. I guess I shoot my board then. Radical spells. What is that? Ah, kurwa. You need 18 sources to cast and Dr. Frank. Cavern Scouting is a big boon. Definitely on the sketch site, seems like. $17. Can't play Fulminators. Damn. So close. Wait, if we count Utopia's Pro as quarter of a source, Den, Pogis. Streammate, kurwa, spierdalaj, nie streammate. Co to jest za pisanie? Denerwujesz tylko. Sorry, mate. Oh, I didn't mean to destroy you like a bug, squash you underfoot. Awkward, but I think I want an action card now. Oh, 24th land showing. 25th land, okay. At least one Fulminator to tutor. Yeah, let's play one Fulminator for tutor. That's gonna like seem smart. Ha, you buffoon, I didn't have nothing. I watched your video about Heliod and really enjoyed it. If you were building this deck today, would you play Arboref plus Froll, Hierarch plus Baird? I don't know. I'm not sure if the upsides of the Bears are that good because, like, well, the Bears are company hits. They're not good company hits, and the Arboref plus Sprawl has even more upside. I think the biggest upside is to let you play Prelate, I guess, and like not worry about any 1-mana cards, but I don't think that's a big issue either. How do you tutor for Fulminator with the Elemental Tutor? I mean, those games were fairly close, but fuck, kurwa. Come on. So dumb. I F6 because I assume my opponent's gonna pass it to the Endbringer, but obviously they're gonna like play the card for Sending Titan 2 is super świetnie. Nice. Can we try a Timur Ultimatum? What? If I force this into this, into fetch, I know enough against this. It's bad EV to play 1-1 leaks. Played against the Vespel Arctonic in Awakener deck yesterday and the interaction did seem powerful. Yeah, but then you got to like play the Mono Elementals. It's me, the E-Tron boys, sorry for always having it. Never come into a stream and apologize like this, because that makes you not very cash money. Why would you apologize for drawing well in a card game with a random element? Now, you could apologize for apologizing like that. But what is infuriating is not when somebody draws well, it is when someone comes in and apologizes for drawing well. Sorry for being sorry? Okay, oh, you're good. We are all good then. Bit of an awkward hand, but... Ooh, Tangleroot. I think white, but I'm slightly more white than blue to draw. Untapped lands, no. In a world where Void Mirror exists, Etron can never be the best deck. That's not true. Yeah, actually it is true, as it is true for any world. Fair. With a Fairy over Fury. Well, I'm playing Fury too. So my point, loses the land, doesn't make a construct. I guess make the construct doesn't really matter, but... Yeah, well, I could have just played a Fury for 5 and killed 2 creatures, killing them and Mem Knight. I think you're right, actually. I didn't realize that I have 5 mana already. Which, well, I could have realized by just simply looking at the battlefield. Wow, that was powerful. So this is the power of elementals. Wow. 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 How do they play 7 mana cards? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a tempo on its way out of, or still top 3 decks. Okay. Could have done that instant speed. See if they crack the bubbles in their turn, I guess. Could have cracked it. What happened to the Asmo food decks? Why are they not as powerful as elementals? Exactly. That's my best deck, Doomfucker. That's a very Doomfake statement. They can also play creature and equip plating. No, but they also have affinity cards, so... Or do I play around affinity cards then again around that? What about Asmo Elementals? Yeah, what about them? Good thing I got bailed by throwing a second Omnath instead of just saving the first one. Kill the Ornithopter in response and they can't make a construct, but they can have another Ornithopter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, sure. Bridge, yeah. Skill this. Gonna make a construct, gonna bounce a construct, bounce a tap land. Plus 3 damage. Spawning another trophy of Team Reclamation just now. Wait, that's not true. He's at 15 still. He did not. This come in. Got Muldrift there. The ferry seems good. We don't need endurance. Got him. Damn. Open a stream. Game 1, 0-0. He didn't just get a trophy. He's also Team Reclamation. That is Team Reclamation. I thought it's a white cat. Cleanse them. Maybe ending is not all that cash money against them. Doesn't seem like it doesn't hit the expensive creatures. Doki doki. I have one Force of Negation in my deck to find. Hello, streamer MTG. My friend wants to build your modern elemental deck but doesn't want to buy phone. Can you please remove them to make it more budget? So they hear the message HSMF and Canon. No, it's not a hidden message. I cleanse them. WTF, I love anime girls now. Not surprising. You seem like the type. Hey, why are you running away? I'm no dirty, filthy, Kumar, hopeless, excuse me. HSK, MPWBF, BDFTF, keep your imp. Can you tell us a joke? Spread some humor. I don't know any jokes. Fuari. I said I don't even you ever use phone. I legitimately believe he only puts it in the deck to discriminate against my friend. Okay. Is that a type of cheese? Jump enough. Wait, 7 card mana? 7 mana card for 2 mana? And 2 zombie. And I'm out tonight, like Harambe. Yeah, we're gonna clear his board up. They came from land down under. I don't draw cards, I just trigger Risen Reef continuously. Can you hear the very triggers amounting to Ura? Take cover. Success, I evoked a fury. Ephemerate, trigger things again. So you're going by canister now, nerd. Haha, what's up, douchebag? It's KGC from MTGO. Remember me? Me, Smash and TKS used to give you a hard time in competitive leagues. Sorry, you were just an easy Sundering Titan target, lol. Remember the league you wanted to 5-0? Yeah, I 5-0 that league. I make over 200k mana a turn and have a wordlisted account. I guess some things never change, loser. Nice catching up, lol. Pathetic. What can I say? 3 freeze. They can. What did he say? Exile. Get it? Because, like, exile. Are you trying to tempt me? And, like, he's casting Tempt with Immorality. Yes, I just want to bring those 3 freeze. Exile all your land down under. And he's very distressed. Ura. Someone just plundered my car and screamed Harambe. Chat, I wish Harambe. Kurwa, no. Keep. I don't move those. I'm keeping. I'm mad. I'm not mulling anymore. I just don't click the mulligan button anymore. Never. I had enough. I'm just keeping all the 7s. Not putting anything back. I'll just draw the lands at the top if I need them. See? See? Tap, tap, tap to attack. I'm addicted to this cardboard crack. Crack another pack. Good morning, Canister, MTG and viewers. It's Canister with single N. Do you think that Zoomers know about Patrick Chapin's rap album? It's being played on the stream regularly. Song is loud. What? Oh, they spent 2 cards. I'm fine with that, actually. Plains. Oh, Reef is fine. Draw last, by the way. Also magic herbs? No, not real money, saying rent money. Fucking corpse. Said rent money, John Star. As in money as you pay your rent with. I think. I can't even play small monsters because they're just gonna die to the rent skipping ski. No. It did not wash ashore. It walked ashore. Don't get me wrong. How much better would the feminine be if it worked on Planeswalkers too? I don't think that would meaningfully change the powerfulness of this card. Can I say, why don't you have the showcase Soltudes in furry? It's kind of cringe, not based. Can make a poll. Should I change my incarnations into showcase frame once? Yes. No. Can't dislike the artworks on those. You missed a dick pic poll, by the way. How would you answer? It should be blue. Or it'd be white, but wait, pitch Solitude otherwise. When finally emotionally grew to play Dragon Rage's Channeler. Should let him surveil. Why Go Blank is so popular in Pioneer decks lately? I don't know. It honestly wasn't too bad, like Graveyard Hates seemed fine. Like a pretty neat extra text on the Mind Rod, but it is a bit weird that people would like play Mind Rod so eagerly. I agree. I get your surprise, Mint. Yeah, I'm playing as any Phoenix. TBH. Kiss me upon the moonlight twilight. Cancer, what is your background? What do you mean? The bear? Remember when this was a one-lander? Why don't you have the Japanese art ephemera? It's kinda cringe. They are not available on Magic Online. I would absolutely play with those. But as I'm playing with those. Silver Moon Spunking. Spunking. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna be boarding out the Bangers this matchup. Because it's still too bad to try to rely on it blocking Ragavan. It's too bad as counter magics. Because they kill Ragavan, they destroy the effect and like not very cash money. Canister was working in a restaurant when one day Gabriel Nassif ordered a poor cancer waitress. He was so unpleasant that Cancer swore to himself to avenge his honor by destroying his future opponent's favorite game, chess. Interesting. Explosives? I'm keeping the sprawl, so I'm gonna play explosives. I think I might want to have another white fetch. I'm adding the 10 fetch. So like a second flooded strand. Flooded strand doesn't get stomping ground, which is fine. Last round. Yeah, let's do it over the Misty actually, so you have to even split of fetches that can get different shocklands. Us. Oh, they won one. No, maybe it was wrong to not patch a green source of endurance. Blind Moon. I should call it obviously instead of subtlety, because obviously trash lol. Interesting. Braid? People have weird jump cards sometimes. Again, should have let them surveil. I need to get into the like, because I just want to play my cards, so I don't let them surveil, but obviously the proper move is to let them surveil. But probably for reborn chalices. Could be. Don't moon, just play iteration. Or even better, Dash Monkey. I didn't even like start saying that I would like to see that play. Don't want to yam into counter spells unnecessarily. Dash Monkey is a sex position, is it? Come slot. Sure. At what point was Ramnash no longer banned? I don't know. Never meant it to be this way. We used to call boys like Shen toilet bottoms. The kind of bottom you left, you know, in a public bathroom. You know what? Don't get banned for these sort of songs anymore? It depends. Are you an undercover agent? Of Magic Online, not Twitch.tv, Justin TV? Reef? That works. Wow, imagine going to 24 lands and then getting flooded. Who could have envisioned that, huh? One ball A, game ended. In which direction? Cast 4 iterations, or 3? 4. Fairy Islet, sure. Condeleido, Bombadleido. Gwendoleido, Bombideido. Allobidido, dambi, bindu, babim, dudeido. Oh, endurance right after Murktide Regent. Oh, yes. Bamboleiro, damdodeido. Just pretend getting it for 7 colors. There isn't 7 colors in the game, even. Want to trade? Seems odd to me. Unless they emergency trade cards from the graveyard. Bamboleilo. So yeah, 5 spells. The guy is still big now. Kind of weird jump, but I think it's worth doing so. No Cavern, by the way. Especially if they have the second dragon. Why would they trade the first? It's kind of odd, isn't it? The plus 4 cards from 4 iterations is kind of a lot of cards now. Tank, obviously. Sure. Misty Rainforest, good. I didn't want to draw it anyways. What? No dragon? That's good. Muldrifter next draw step. Drag on now. Right, endurance, not endurance. Solitude, too good. Khan, you're gonna play on Power Cash? Yes. Okay, Monkey Dash. Teferi, good. Swanning ending for 7. Haha. Misty Rainforest stolen again. "24 lenses vibing. 24 lenses PogChamp. Maybe I should go to 25 lens. Maybe even 26. If we value land like a Horizon Canopy, would be Poggers. Never Mana Screw. Or I draw too much mana. I'll simply cycle it and draw a spell. 60% of the time. So why aren't you playing even more lands? You can be result oriented like this canister. Sell my endurance. You can grow their dragon. No. And they played. No, they played thanks to Yavimaya. Deck themed by fetching. I have Omnas my deck. And life points there also. Lol, they shuffled mine. Okay, in that case, I guess I'll fetch to make like a higher chance of having an Omnath, which is a hand that actually a card that actually can help me. Didn't see any DRC this game, or did I? I think I did. Alright, let's not flood this time. Bit of a weird jump hand. Okay, hand. Your mom too strong? My point is not your mom, it's UURR. Way different. I promise. We didn't see moon either, but you can see if we draw something that makes me just be able to fetch the basic spy for free. Kind of weird jump to fetch basics now. Don't forget to remove your companion from your deck before presenting. For game 3, very well said. Forest. Alright, screw Mooden. With Forest Exile I can play around Moon. Spikes to at 15. Okay, not mooning, awesome. Opponent still oblivious. Day 7000. Opponent still oblivious of endurance. You could have heat though. Don't you hit, don't you hit, don't you hit. Don't, no, kurwa, no, don't you hit. Apache was planning to play a second endurance and response, but I kind of failed. I think it's not good to second endurance and response, really. So good thing I didn't. We outplayed ourselves? No, I didn't. What do you mean outplayed ourselves? What? Better heat out. We even have Delirium now. They still attacking to this mana though. Like obviously I have the like single flash card in my deck. But yeah, I guess. I also realized that if I sit like this, I look like a fairy because it looks like I have the bare ears. They're actually my ears. When cat ears? Good question. Kinda annoying that I'm super dead to Moon if they ever draw it. This game. No? Yes, fuck, Abrade. Oh, was stress. I wish you couldn't crack treasures in response to Teferi. Does this deck do good against combo? The question is, what combo? The second answer is not really. Canister is being attacked by Ravagan. Okay, that's nice. I mean, it's not nice to be attacked by Monkey, but... I know not long ago, Monkey Ho, no, 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 no. Exile a Utopia Sprawl, good, cause I didn't want to draw. I didn't care about Utopia Sprawl. They're recasting Utopia Sprawl? No, they aren't. It's Ancient Forest. Name 3 common decks that play. Well, just one is gonna be fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess Titan you can just remove their creatures and win this way. But in general, combo would be a weakness of this deck. Would be a weakness of this deck. Jesus. Take the wheel. I wanted to draw a land. It's fine. Sure. Jesus, take the wheel. Been trying to take us to Ragavan? Yeah, seems like. Oops. Well, I mean, whatever. Right? What's the big deal? Oh, there. Oh, that doesn't matter. I'm gonna just win. Simply, I'll just win. Yes, I get mooned. Oh, I barely ever get mooned by those decks, which is always a scary thing. Like this game, I wasn't beating moon ever, but that's kind of because I didn't fetch around the moon because I couldn't because they robbed me of my forest with Ragavan. I'll be back in a minute, chat. I will prepare a dosage of fuel to inject it straight into my body. And in the meanwhile, did you know that with Twitch Prime, you are capable of supporting your favorite streamer at no cost for yourself? You can just subscribe to whoever you find the most attractive streamer and who you enjoy spending time with in a parasocial relationship. It could be me, it could be Gabriel Nassif or Aspiring Spike, but it is a shame not to use that functionality. I think. Where did cancer go? WTF? I'm back. Any Blood Moons were cast? There was no Blood Moons, no. I would have died to a Blood Moon in game 2. Game 3. May I ask you what's the best game object list you did? I'm playing on building it on paper. I don't really have one that I would recommend wholeheartedly. But I think this was around something around this. With like the cyborg being, I don't know, play Giganta. I'm not sure about the Urza Saga, etc. No UURR today. No, I'm just playing Elementals and drinking the sponsor of the stream drink Huel, which contains all the requisite nutrients for me to perform gaming all the time, and I am paid for them to promote their drink. Just think about it, but it's also, you know, great. And I can consume it so that I don't need to consume actual food. I'm so forlorn, I don't know what that means. I wonder about what that means for a long time. No mana, no mana. What nutrients do you need, Canister? Can I help you? Well, I do get all of them from Huel, so I don't need any more. Actual Tron. Do you get some fuel or do you buy them? They did send me their product to try it out before I advertise. Can you see the deck list? I think I didn't update the deck list fully. Housebone? Couldn't even melt your heart? Let me update the deck list with like the full new sideboard. False alarm. Hey, one, that's pretty condescending. $100 million is only like $100 US. I thought I was in a good position. Until. Octopus incoming. Somebody asked if we should play Natitron. Large. Okay, sorry, you can spend it on things like that, that's okay. It's like not Tron at all. What the heck is this deck? Blutron. With special contortion. What's so special about it? I ask. I can't, those are unkillable, I can't kill those creatures. Yeah, people were talking in the Discord about Deep Fried Elemental. It was pretty funny to imagine that. If we could FMA DDF though. I must spill fuel everywhere. Because I wanted to shake the bottle, but I forgot it's closed. I'm gonna die to those creatures. So be it. Kurwa. I will. Fact, 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 fact. No, 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 no. Can I draw a solitude? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Do, 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 do. I did that once with my wife's car with protein shake and a salad. Protein shake, am I right? Kek v. Again? I consider shame. First condescend, then repeal, then tempo. Absolute tempo gamer. Fury sounds bad. Prismatic Ending sounds bad. Force of Negotiation and Subtlety sound good. Endurance sound bad. The Fairy seems good. Fulminator seems good. Fury, you can maybe keep one. Oh, we have a deck. Tron Land seems bad for home team. Don't you worry. There is a Fulminator Mage in my sideboard. Strong tempo. Well, Blutron is. Rather Filigree Familiar is. Tempotron. Tempotron, Tempotron. Simic-Tron, Mr. Lupu Academy Ruins. Giftstron. Yeah, it was Blue-Eye Tron from Bully Rise, that's true. was playing like 3 mines because it couldn't fit 12 Tron lands. Yeah, they bounced my Omnath. I didn't draw a land for the Omnath to gain a life. Approach the fetch, Breeding Pool, and quit Breeding Pool with Blow. Is a positive negation. I thought I was playing Horde of Notions. Yes. I actually played with Horde of Notions, but not in this version of the deck. Since I'm playing only for... Like, I'm not playing all the colors requisite to play Horde of Notions, so I can't. In Horde of Notions, you know, I'm gonna splash a color for it. I only play in a 5-color version that also had Grief, so I had like everything to pitch. Sure. We thought about playing Bucking Cowboy. No? What? Finally finish a deck in Pauper. Pre-modern Band of Brew. Does that seem like something that I am generally interested in, given like the contents of the stream? But I congratulate you on finishing your little project. Very nice for you. Fuel. Let the dogs out. I guess. Anyway, you want forest to force them up. I didn't try blue card, which means that we are kind of weak to Eugene, the spiritual dragon. Don't Eugene me, broski. Is Tron just a bad matchup for elementals? I would guess it is bad, yeah, but also I can assuredly just win this game simply. I don't know how bad. I don't know, like, what's the big deal? My opponent like plays Stronglands, and what's they're gonna do? Haha, play Fairly Familiar? No attack? No, if they don't want them to attack my Teferi. They're gonna attack my Raveler. Extra card, always better than extra damage, chat. Always. I mean always. Except when it's not, but kind of rarely. This format to activate, right? I think it bounces with Teferi. They play Ballista Tutu, I guess they can win this way. Bounce with Teferi, counter next turn. Spin Slayer are the sick. Thank you, sick too. Cavern for artifacts. And I'm screwed. Fulminator. Poor Kahira. Actually ended up being discarded in the cleanup step. They're being picked up a few turns earlier. Even made custom Da Vinci MTG sleeves. Nice. Why didn't you just get Fulminator and Breakup Tron this turn? Because then they can replay it. They have the missing piece. So it's gonna be Eugene. What? Fine. Big hand. Check again, Adam. Was it before Reef? I'm not playing Reef this turn. Status updated? Well, check it. And you tell me. Fuck, it's not. Okay, let me stop being smart. Very smart. And I will actually upload it. Why play that for Nectar and an Alpine Moon? It's an elemental. I have Alpine Moon. Tap my nuts, not an island. I have Alpine Moon. Where's my freaking tail there? Imprisoned in the moon. Flip my Arlene cord. Not embraced by the moon. When they even print that card, it's from Eldritch Moon. Based? Based on what? Here I come, come. Enough! I put an expedition map on the top of my deck. I am sick of your place, canister. Now the game is going to go on my rules. Any lands? All just to let the opponents all this stats. I might have a way to deal with all this stats, but I will let you figure this one out. Attack for 1, by the way. Also, I have 3 ephemerates coming. Seems like I cyborg in a perfect way. How are you meant to fight against this deck successfully? Blood Moon, Tron, like actual Tron, not you know, Tron with Filigree Familiar. But I'm not sure like how successfully you can fight against, because I have a very high win rate of Elementals, and I keep playing this deck, and I really, the mana base of this deck is a bit more fragile than I would love to, so I lose the mana base a bunch. But besides that, I don't really lose games where I didn't mulligan to 5, or where I missed my like 3rd mana. I think even the matchups that I think are bad should be bad for some reason. Yeah, Maya seems like a dangerous tool against my opponent's deck, because it can let them play a Giganta. Lost some 2 lands to the mirror. Yeah, that's well. I had 2 lands, so I lost. That's what I'm saying. I lose the games where I have 2 lands. I lose very few games where I, don't struggle in that way. 1933. I would love to see leading on an island. Penza. Well, it's just a blue tron the entire time. I should enchant this, right? Because, well, it's the same. You can interact with this as much as they can with this. Or I can get a different land to play next turn, but I don't know. How going's your bear, Mr. Streamer? Fine. Plastic bear, plastic bear, plastic bear. If you interfere with Kahira, how many mana dogs would you play? I don't think I'm really interested in mana dorks that die to small removal. I think I wasn't really hurt by having only one forest much. Fetch. Sebastian Force. Sebastian Force. Oh. Force. Zero. No force, I guess. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, we drew four spoggers. Prio, 60% of a trophy chat. I was conceived in a breeding pool, as we all were. I only have two cards, so they have Mindslayer. I can bounce the Mindslayer over there. Probably 500 forest by then. Fuck, no, fuck, shit, it's the wrong one. Who cares, TBH? Yeah, I could let it resolve, but I think I should have pitched the other one, but well, I meant to pitch the other one. Okay, doesn't matter. Dovahkiin, Dovahkiin, Dovadovakin, Dovakin, Dovakin, Dovadovakin, Dovakin, Dovakin, Dovakin. What's up with the Castle Giganta though? They literally have 3 islands. What's up with that? Any explanations? Have the pathway? Okay. Discard 2 Vials of Knowledge? Okay. Sure. To make you think it's G-Tron? I did think so for the first turn of the game. Dovahkiin, 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 Dovahkiin. Risen Reef, Risen Reef, Risen Reason Reef, Risen Reef, Risen Reef, Reason Reef. Chat, only subscribe to me. Don't worry about some randos asking you to do so on the internet. I plan to bounce the Flamekin, but honestly, I will not. What a tragedy. My hubris, my assumption that I can cast anything I want has led me astray. Well, doesn't matter. Hubris. Yeah. Ferican Maziora. Oh, it's true, but too late. Very good observation. Fulminator Mage. Yeah, I just forgot it requires double red, which requires some thought in this deck. It's like minimal commitment of sequencing my cards in a way that acknowledges it. Which I didn't. Listen, Riffin to Omna is slightly better than the filigree to Elder Deep Daddy. Frankly, anything is. Okay, didn't need anything. Start the prediction chat. For all. Two minutes to predict. Place your bets. Oh, you have a mana cost. That was their way of casting the Giganta, I guess. Also, chat, what do you think about the design of the English language? Where 60 and 16 are kind of close in how they sound. Says the man whose mother language has one letter difference between 9 and 10. Yeah, but it's placed in a, like it's a consonant, so it's very hard to confuse them, right? 9, 10. So, ... for native speakers. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'll keep, I think. Companionless? I don't know. Removals. All languages are pretty cringe, CBH, okay. 420 is easier to differentiate than 8 versus 80. Yeah, also in French, 16 is 16 and 60 is 60. How do you confuse those two? You don't. Says. I'm always confused je and je. Okay. Yeah, I guess those are fairly similar. I don't think I want to play this yet. Also in English there is an accent difference between 60 and 16. Maybe there is, but I don't know. I know nothing about it. Okay, it's Rhinos. I was confused as to what we're playing against. Being more confusing in English is there, and there. Yeah, the last one is especially weird, John, because Because this. You should name it red, I guess, to have double red. I think double red was better. Because it's a like shortening. I don't know what's the word for that. I mean, it's not really confusing because they mean different stuff, but still. The fact that they shorten to sound the same is a bit weird. Canister, do you be a wild stud? I don't know. My fetch land. People laughed when they said Rise if it's broken. Who's laughing now? Well, who said that? Wood Wildstad said that. When M20 released, I remember it. Wait, what? Who said it's broken? I know that people laughed at the card. I remember that it was a spoiler given to Christian Hawk, and I remember Christian Hawk telling me that he was kind of upset. I'm not sure if he said that in social media or told me, but he said something about being like kind of upset that he got a random uncommon limited card to spoil. Dead drunk he was. With the passage of time, I hope he understood. It's called elision. I'm not sure if that is the word Kanye was thinking of. Probably defined as the omission of one or more sounds in a word or phrase. Well, I mean the words with apostrophes. There and there, like there, as in they are, shortened to there. You are, your, what? Canister, can you give a shout out to my little brother Hugh Janus? Okay. Native speakers learn language on the phonetical level. Third language acquisition was third. I don't know that word. Does not require you to distinguish between the grammatical forms as long as you use your language comprehensibly to other speakers. That's how natives have problems with their have problems with there, and there. Second language speakers who use spoken language sometimes less intensely than Derek and their voice recognize the difference. Okay, yeah, that's probably true. Sounds very true. Very. I really need my Omnath. It's kind of not Pog. They discard the violent outbursts, so I assume they have even more cascades, which is problematic to say the least. I'm not sure if searching for this and Reeve was wise. I think I maybe need to go for the Rise and Reeve. Probably the ephemerate of this. Play white card, draw ephemerate, pow pow. I didn't expect my Omnath to die, but that Fury was brutal. Whoa. Not even another Cascade? I pitched a second Omnath 2 here. Got the 2. Kenny, can you give a shout out to my little cousin Holden 2Dix? Holding 2Dix. Holding 2Dix. Okay. Good one. Grab Cajiera. Yeah, I guess maybe. Oh. Playing first modern tourney this weekend since 2020 and wondering which deck I should play. Is it Tempo, Hammer Time, or something else? Well, that depends on your goals. And what you enjoy. What you want to do, etc. Never wanted 4 forces versus them, but let's see if that changes. Definitely cutting the Muldrifter, Endurance, Rensky. Flamkeen. This one Force. I'll play Elementals, but yeah, if you don't have the cards to win, well, I'll play Elemental CBH. I think this deck is Omega great. Also, thank you for the subs. Sub, I guess. Sefer Hells, thank you for gifting the sub. Monty Python used this joke a long time ago. Bicus Dicus. Yeah, I remember. TBH. Hi, Canister. Small fun. Can you shout out my friend Enter Uranus? Hello, Enter Uranus. You like the singleton of Ren? In what way? But like besides that, I don't think there is a super huge difference between playing El Hammerino and Izzet. I think Izzet is a bit of a better deck overall. Because Hammer struggles more against Elementals. Elemental, Monka, yeah, okay, let me see this list. Seems very affordable on paper. Well, it costs thousands of euros. If you're not willing to pay that price, then play something different. Definitely. I wouldn't blame you for that. Hi, Caster. Thank you for being someone else. Never change. Okay. Can you give a shout out to Enormous Veiner? No. Hi, Canister. Thank you for providing me with quality Magic the Gathering all of these years. I hope you succeed in all your goals. Yes. Thank you. One of my goals is to play Magic the Gathering, which I'm succeeding at, and the other goal is to receive Twitch Prime subscriptions, which I also I'm reasonably successful at lately, and I'm very thankful. The song is disturbing and not family friendly. Okay. Thank you for your input. Might get Blood Moons. Yes, very tricky move from my opponent. As you might have noticed, they have sneakily placed the Prismatic Command on the stack in a way where it covers my Rogreen Triumph. Now, a weaker player might have not realized that and said, okay, can't do anything, unfortunately don't have the Ephemerate mana, can't save my creature, but me being a sly dog, I know all the tricks. Force. Sure. Yeah, fetch Forest and play Moon, and that's problematic. So unfortunately, skip the Foundation Breaker, which would actually be pretty pog. I have a Blood Moon. In my view, Blood Moon is a dirty card, dirty trick. I don't think it's necessarily nice. I mean, I saw the moon coming when played turn 1 Mountain. Oh yeah, basic Mountain, the friend of any Blood Mooner. I did see it coming too, but I couldn't really do much, except not casting the Reef and holding up the Force, which I arguably maybe should have. Because also, before that, about that. But I thought I will be able to keep my Reef, which I ended up not being able, and I was kind of crashing. We're not out yet, though. Unless they play more Rhinos. Which, you know, the Rhino deck not having more Rhinos, that would be an occurrence. Okay, this is actually a very good draw. Unless they have a Outburst too, but I'm gonna play around it. It is kind of egregious that a 3-color deck can Cyber Blood Moon. Yes. I mean, yeah, I don't know, it's egregious, but it is annoying. Does Kaiser have a Reddit? I do not have a Reddit, I don't believe so, no. Oigent. Yes, Oigent, we're dead, so. Much of cards that don't matter. What? That's odd. Yeah, draw Fury. Salt. I could have drawn my own Fury too, but... GG's, shit G's, I lost my trophy. I'm not gonna drop now. Surge. I'll never catch Spike this way. What does trophies do for you? Nothing by themselves, but they do make me feel better. I want to occupy this spot. Why? Well, just want to, and that's it. What is she doing with the spaghetti? Will you be gifting 200 subs if you don't? No. It's an entry? Un 3? I'm curious. I know I got paired, but I want to watch this. What's this? What? Weird jump. Fuck. Reach out. As an Italian, I am very sad seeing that thing being called spaghetti. That is not spaghetti. True pasta italiana, no, it looks way different. I understand you. I'm Morgan. I keep. Poland equivalent to pasta to Italians. I don't think there is really such a thing, like with where Poles would react with such a passion. For Poles, it's fuel. A fully nutritional powdered drink which you can consume as a meal. It's very easy to prepare, fairly healthy, etc., etc. A sponsor of the stream. So, come on. I eat pasta like 5 to 10 times a month. It is true. Fair. Alcohol for Poles? I see. How does Huel taste? It comes in different flavors, so it heavily depends on which one. we're talking about. The flavors that they sent me were vanilla, salted caramel, and banana. And they taste, well, exactly as you'd imagine, I guess, from those names. Can you mix Huel with vodka? Well, you can do anything, but I don't know if I recommend. And 2 HGCL do you prefer as a teammate, Vevel or Te Codler? What? Vintage got kicked for showcase in season 3 in favor of Popper? Very sad. The exile? The second forest in this deck does help a tiny bit against... Blood Moon. If you've got Sprouts like split on different lanes, it's easier to play. Not Guy, my companion. I absolutely don't have anything. Dash your monkey. Go on and dash your monkey, friend. Nothing can happen to you. It's okay. Does advertising for Huel make you pay the actor? I guess. Can you consume nothing but Huel? In theory, I think so, but from what I know, even the creators of the product do not recommend replacing your entire diet with it. Don't you need water too? Well, yeah, but like Huel is, like prepared Huel is the Huel with water. Wow. Honestly, I took some Huel and I've been farting wicked badly. I feel you. Does Huel bar have the same ingredients as the Huel powder? I don't know if their constitution is identical. We'll need to check on their website, which a link to which you can see in the message posted in the Discord, in the chat periodically. Buka. Okay. Fair. I can never tell if chat is memeing or not. I want to try Huel, but never sure if it's actually worth it or not. Well, what I'm telling you is the facts I received from them. I am sponsored. I am being paid money to promote their products. So, you know, make what you will of that. They bought me. What? Oh, iteration, right? Which one do I have? Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem. Name white. Let's play my Huel. What's my fetish? Very good question. My opponent conceded to this bounce. I mean, probably were dying to this Jomnav, and I was already able to cast my spells. So unfortunately, only 4-1, lost to the Rhinos. I think, given that Blood Moon is a thing, I'm better off with 2 forests rather than with the Yavimaya. Draw it more often. Like the Yavimaya doesn't happen that much, and second forest also saves life. So yeah, we went to 24 lands now today, and we changed the sideboard a little bit, addressing the numerous problems that were small but present. Also added a flooded strand, which I didn't play in the league, but that's 1 extra Planeswitch. Miau, zaraz się tam pobawię, Buku, ponieważ zaraz kończę stream. Alright, not going to make another run today. And I will be skipping tomorrow, as usual, no Wednesday streams. But I want to say a sincere and from the bottom of my heart, thank you to everyone who watched today. Okay, so I entered the deck on Time Teach Goldfish and I came up 1,007 bajillions. I actually only need about 600 more in cards. I think will remain strong over the next few months. I think this deck is baseline strong enough to be a player in Modern. Although this is not a financial investment advice. Keep that in mind. Therefore, thanks for watching, and I will see you on Thursday. Use your Twitch Prime to subscribe to me or to anybody else, and go watch Spike as he fruitlessly tries to achieve more Magic the Gathering Online trophies. Take care.